today's the day that we finish scenario number 30 out of 86, thus getting us, I don't know, what's 30 divided by 86? Officially 34.8% of the way there. That's something. Today's scenario is actually slightly interesting as well. We've got one of the gimmick ones. Today's going to be Razor Rocks. Start the timer. We have no time limit, and all we have to do is have 10 different types of roller coaster, each with an excitement value of at least 6. So I don't know how many we start with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We start with 7, so obviously, first thing we gotta do is max out research into roller coasters. No, I didn't see this. Did they leak? Well, so I saw the leaks that were like a year or two ago that showed some gameplay, but I didn't see anything current. If there's anything showing like I did not see that. Where's research? Research is here. We want to research only the roller coasters and we want to max that out. So, here's our map. We got rocks to deal with. I don't know, do you think they let me touch the rocks? Can I just like dig out the rocks? Yes. All right, so we can move the rocks if necessary. I was a little bit afraid for a second that they might not allow it. Other than that, get the park open before I forget to do it. Other than that, this does look pretty flat, so that's good. Not gonna rain a lot though. We're not gonna get a lot of umbrella bucks. It was streamer's choice. In that case, I have to do, where is it? I gotta go with an old favorite of mine. This guy. I'm just gonna stick him down there. Anyway, I guess I might as well start by building a roller coaster. I'm not sure how I'm gonna get above 6 excitement with this thing, because I don't think this thing goes very fast. But we'll get to that when we get to that. First things first, I bet we can build something really easily that's over 6 with a corkscrew coaster. Like, let's see what I can do here. That's awkward. Already running into a problem. I do like a... How can I do this, maybe? Maybe we then do like a... one of those. Can I just put... No. So corkscrew coasters actually don't do full loops, do they? Oh, yeah, they do. Alright, well, here's my genius ride. And then we just launch this thing as hard as it can possibly launch, and then we see if this is stats. Not reverse incline, powered launch. Now we just send it as hard as it possibly can, and maybe the ride will work. I haven't checked today. I assume yes. My assumption is yes. Yes, it is broken. Okay, at max power, it still doesn't make it over that loop. We can't go with this. Also, I assume these stats are not good. Max positive vertical G's is 7.31. Yeah, the maximum launch speed is potentially bad. think we gotta have it just burn off some speed first. Like that. And then, can I build this like... Oh, that's kind of cool looking. I've made a little pretzel. And then we do that. And there's my ride. How's this? It doesn't make it. Damn it. I mean, maybe, hear me out. We can actually fix this. Here's how we can fix this. We just delete that and then put this here. And the station platform is just here now. Alright, too fast. Too fast. We need a little bit more runway. Yeah, that ought to be perfect. Hopefully it can make it backwards over this. Okay, perfect. And our stats on this are... garbage. They're still too garbage. Hear me out then. I think that the maximum power boost is just always gonna be bad. Oh shit, it's raining. Hang on. What have I got? Info kiosk. Build. Open. It kind of depends. Things usually get bad when the G's hit 3. For lateral G's, I think it's usually 3 is bad. For vertical G's, it kind of depends. Vertical G's seem like it could be anything. I might have to build a legitimate roller coaster, though. I might not be able to just build an obvious cheese machine and just be like, alright, that'll do. Wait, no, I have a great idea. Hang on. I got it. What if we start it up here, and then the ride goes under itself? That'd be cool. I guess. Wait, hear me out. Hold the fuck up. Ready? I don't know if the spacing of this is gonna work. No, it's not quite gonna work. If this were like... If this were slightly different... Hang on. We can make it slightly different. I really want a loop to go through the station. That's what that's what I'm going for here. I think I might have to delete these paths to make this possible. Because I think I'm going to need this to come down at like 7. You know, I think if I just, hear me out, I think the better play is to just put the loop here and then try to build through it with the station. So there's that, and then like what height do we need this to be at? We need this to be at like 12. It'll go through at 12. I don't know if there's a way to make this hill work with it at 12 though. Like I might have to rework this a little bit. Oh no, this actually works perfectly. There we go. Hey Theo. Can I make it do it in the other direction too? Well, first of all, this is still going to be launched. This kind of still, it has to be launched. Track is not a complete circuit. Okay, yeah, that launch sucks. Hang on. Where is it? Boost this up to like 42. It'd be cool if we could get a loop going in the other direction over the station as well. But that's working. We have a lot of speed to work with here. Okay, this is just not gonna work at all. No, that's not good. Unless... No, that's also not good. I mean, this could just be the ride. We're trying to build something kind of short. This could just be the ride. I don't know if it's going to make it back through all this, though. Like, this hill here might not be traversable in reverse, you know? I think this is probably not going to work, actually. Okay, well... Aside from for that reason, I think this is still probably not going to work. Like, look how little speed it has. There's going to be not enough going the other way. Oh, okay. I think if we just boost the launch speed by a little bit, then that'll be perfect. But how's that? Like, that's... Yeah, the vertical Gs are too high. I mean, maybe... Well, the laterals are too high, actually. It's probably this turn that's doing it. It's the laterals that are too high, I think. I really hate these, like, sloping downward turns. I feel like they should be so much easier to use than they are. They almost never work out. They just instantly give you like 1 billion Gs. Such a pain. I might have to just scrap the idea. I really do want to build a loop going through the station, though. I feel like that's cool. You know what I can do? Hang on. There's a much easier way to accomplish this. It doesn't look good, but how about this? Actually, I feel like this is kind of fucked. Look where the exit is. I don't think that can stay that way. I'm a bit surprised they even let me build that. .28. Which means if I just, like, build some stuff onto the end, we might be able to get this thing to 6. Possibly. I really wish I could move the ride, you know? Just, like, pick up and move the whole ride. You can't do that. I'd have to delete it and rebuild somewhere else, but I'd love to move this over here, because I think this is probably better off. No, never mind. It's probably not better off as a closed circuit. How did it work over here? It was that we start going up there, and then we... Yeah. That is so weird, the way, That is so weird. It's not... It's like the station platforms don't really fit right. It's just real weird looking. If this thing doesn't hit 6, there's no reason to keep it, but I like it. I like its weird symmetry it has going here. That is too much power still. Damn, even that's too much. Alright, there. I don't think this is actually gonna hit 6. And that's still too much power. Okay. Sure, I'll build another one then. Max lateral 2.9 is kind of sketchy. Yeah, that's probably screwing me. Where does that happen? It happens actually really early, so that's probably not the problem. Max vertical 4.66. What if I just like lower the launch to 40? It might not make it anymore. What if we just lower the launch a tiny bit? I think this doesn't do much though. Okay, it's still way too extreme. I wonder if it's like a number of inversions thing where there's just too many. If we could just get that extremeness down a bit though, this would totally be over 6. And how low can I get? Like, let's try 36. Let's see how low I can set the launch speed with the ride still working. I think there's no way the ride works now. Okay. It barely makes it over that. It still has to do several more loops. It does make it though, and it would only be better with people in it. Because the people will make the ride go a bit faster. And that is still nowhere near acceptable. Huh. I mean, maybe I'll just remove the last inversion. Maybe we just do that and then raise this by like a little bit. Kind of weird that this coaster doesn't support. Okay, definitely have to add another piece to that if we're gonna open the ride. That is so close. But it's weird that this coaster doesn't support like the turns that go up and down. You know what I mean? The corkscrews, or not the corkscrews, because this literally is a corkscrew coaster. But you know what I mean. It'd be perfect to put some of those like right in the middle. Yeah, like the intensity is still just. It's just barely enough that it's causing a problem. There's like this weird drop-off that it does, where like around the 10s, it doesn't totally nuke your excitement, but it like starts to mostly nuke your excitement. I'll put this back down to 36, but I don't think this is gonna save it. I think that maybe the whole loop into corkscrew into loop setup is actually just like maybe not acceptable. I mean, maybe I could extend this out a bit, but there's a little bit of time between the inversions. Like that could potentially help. I'm not really sure how like any of the calculations work or anything. Yeah, like it's just not really working. I think we gotta do something kind of like this. That might help. I don't even really know if that's helping at all. That's probably not helping at all. I think that might have made things worse. I think that might have made things worse. This whole idea might just be a non-starter, unfortunately. I mean, we could try... Oop, not what I meant to do. We could try something like... just to slow it down a little before it hits the half corkscrew. Into the other half corkscrew. Yeah, I've done this before. It definitely works. That this isn't like an instant value nuke. Like, it's not. This kind of structure can work. I think that, like... It might just legit be too many inversions, where, like, every inversion is +1 intensity, and we've just got too many. That's the least extreme it's been, but... it's still not where it needs to be. Well, it's technically more than 3. It's technically 6, because it does the whole thing backwards after that. And, like, the whole multiple backwards inversions thing might just be, like... it might just be bad. Okay, this is like as low power as we can make that. I mean, this is still not gonna work though. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, could it be, what are the... hear me out. What are the laterals on those first turns? They're nothing. They don't matter. Yeah, this is not contributing, that first turn part. I don't want to delete it. The 2 loops going through the station are so cool. There has to be some way to make it work. I might just have to delete the corkscrew. But if I delete the corkscrew, it's probably, like, not gonna be good enough anymore. Like, it just won't be 6. Also, I have no idea how we're gonna make this work now, just in general. I guess just like that. They're banked. I banked them. I know what I'm doing. I think. Yeah, they're totally banked. Yeah, the loop's right. See? We're good. It wouldn't let me build it if it wasn't gonna work. Even though it's totally just, like, clipping through the platform. That lowered it a lot. Oh, it's over 6. Okay, we're good. This is just the ride then. It's a little disappointing, but this is just the ride then. We're over 6, so that's all I needed. I'm gonna boost this I'm gonna do the intelligent thing and delete a track piece from the top and increase the speed we launch at. And that'll certainly not cause any problems. Yeah, that's gonna be fine, I think. As long as I didn't, like, accidentally ruin the stats or something. Nope, they're fine. Oh, I hate that. The way the entrance is on. I hate that. Oh well. I'll just have to do this then. I really don't like the look of the floating supports. Floating support beams always look really bad. I don't think it'll let me put something there. No, it won't. It's not very pretty, but this is what we're doing. This is just how it is. Is it connecting in there? No, it's not connecting in there. Why won't it let me roller coaster in the way for that? Alright, sure. There's just way too much stuff in the way. Starting from the ground's not gonna do anything to help me. The roller coaster is just kind of big. But there we go, there's our first one. 1 out of 10. I spent a bit too long building it, maybe. But there it is. It is weird looking. Oop, I forgot that was even a feature of this game. Wow, I accidentally brought up the magnifying glass. It's because different path types. Like, this path is the dirt kind, where it, like, doesn't extend to the full width of the square, and then this kind does. That's why. Got all this room to build in. What am I gonna do? I guess just build another coaster. Here, let me put down, just for, no, I don't have a Ferris wheel. I can't just put down a Ferris wheel so that it'll play music. We have to do this in silence. Yeah, the magnifying glass is so that I can see up close. Something. I really don't know what the need for the magnifying glass is, but I guess you can look at it more closely. I'm gonna have a guy who's just like dedicated only to this. That's my guy. Well, do we have something that could be cheap to build? Yes. That's a wooden wild mouse. A wooden wild mouse above 6. I can definitely just do that. And then these 2 rides will make me money. Here, I have to do this. We're gonna have to start this raised as well. Oop, my bad. There we go. And that can just do something like that, I guess. A real Mahjong set. I don't know if I could play real Mahjong, because I rely too much on the indicators from Yakuza Mahjong to tell me if I even have the opportunity to do something. That's cool, though. Some hot Mahjong drama? How could there be drama in the Mahjong community? The game is, like, really old. Like, how... What's happening in Mahjong to cause drama? Yeah, definitely the scoring, I could never figure out the scoring. I have no idea how it works. And yo, Crazy, thanks for the 50 months. Appreciate it a bunch, dude. I hope you're doing well and stuff. I really hate using these wide turns. With a wild mouse, I feel like that's not appropriate. That's like not what you should do. Also, there's no way that this ride is gonna work. With us going up to 14 there. That's probably not gonna work. I gotta check it. Someone single-handedly changed the whole system in the middle of the qualification process. Huh. Sucks to be a North American Mahjong enjoyer, I guess. Yeah, that's not making it up that hill. Nope, not even close. This can't go over. This has to go under. Okay, no, I have to do this. No, that can't work at all. There's so much flat in this coaster, it kind of sucks. This ride kind of sucks. Straight then up. How much money have I got? Oh, I'm still good. I still have a lot of money. Got Rollercoaster in the way problems in there, though. I might not actually be able to build here. It's kind of hard to tell what's in the way at this point. Something's in the way. I can't see. This might be like the densest thing I've built, actually. I'm not sure. This is kind of ridiculous. Here, let's go ahead and see through invisible supports. Does this help? Does this help at all? I feel like this doesn't help at all. But yeah, I can't. Building this here is kind of a problem. But I've also built over that, so I'd have to go under, which I can't do because the ground is here. What am I even looking at? I think... Well, part of the problem is that... Like, I wish it would highlight which piece was in the way. That's something they could add in Rollercoaster Tycoon 2 that they're not gonna. Okay, yeah, so we're currently lined up with the station. That's kind of what I thought. I would love to move this over one. We're currently lined up with the station. And I can just do this. Rollercoaster in the way. One more. Okay, I think that's the whole ride. I have no idea if this works. I have no idea if this works, but look how huge it is. It would be cool if it did work. I'm trying to get 6 excitement here. I'm pulling out all the stops. I think it's just not gonna have enough speed. I think that's more likely. Yeah, it's not gonna be able to climb this hill right here. You know what? You know what? In that case, I don't want to have to delete this whole thing because I worked kind of hard on it. We're just gonna... We're just gonna say that it's fine. It's fine, whatever. There you go. Huh. Huh. I mean, technically, I could also make the... At this point, we might have to rework the ride a little bit. At this point, I might have to concede and rework the ride a little bit. I mean, I could just get rid of this hill. Shit, where was I building from? Oh, now I can't tell. Now I can't tell what that used to connect to anymore. Wait, hang on. It was right here. I see it. But that's like... This part right here is super not gonna work. I think I have to just rework this. I mean, or... I've started with the platform raised. I don't have to start with the platform raised. If we can end at 7, then I can move the whole ride down a little bit to get extra speed. That makes that, but then this hill is completely hopeless. I mean, or I could just... I'm not opposed to this whole thing just being covered in... Like, if it gets me there, it gets me there, you know? If the whole thing has to be covered in multiple chain lifts, then as long as it has the stats, I don't think I actually care. And there's, like, no hills after that. You think so? I feel like that's part of the appeal, Gris. When you're on the ride, you're just, like, surrounded by, like, a wooden... Just, like, wood everywhere. So that ride was really slow. I'm not sure this is gonna be 6 because the max, like the average speed of the ride is really bad. Oh, it's 6.5. We're good. Never mind. It's perfect. Never mind. It's perfect. Let's go ahead and move the entrance and exit around. Be less terrible. Actually, just realized that because we built this, if I had just shifted this over by 1, you know, hang on a second. I'm going to shift this over by 1. Save the ride. Duplicate track name. Please choose another. Now we're going to delete it and then rebuild it. But over by 1. And then now we can get like a path out, you know? That connect? Almost. That can be set to like $6. So that's 2 of them. Is this still... Yeah, 6.09. And then that'll fix itself at some point. So we're now at 2 out of 10. That took an hour. It took like 50 minutes. 50 minutes for 2 roller coasters. This scenario might actually potentially have to get finished tomorrow. We need 10 different roller coasters. This is 10 coasters that each have... I didn't really process that, I guess, at the start, but normally, across a 3-hour scenario, if I'm building constantly, I can build, like, 6 coasters, you know? And that's it. And now they're asking for... Oh, wow, look at the vomit there. That's funny. Oh, look at the vomit there. Where did my handyman go? Guy who was supposed to be in charge of that, just like, hello? Look at all of the vomit. I didn't even realize. That's kind of cool though, AI-95. I've never had that happen to me before. Well, right now I have no money. So I might have to sit here for a while and just like try to get money to come in, you know? How many types do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, we've got, I can stop. Here's a way to save money. No funding for research. We've got our 10 coaster types. No need to look into that any further. I happen to know that the Heartline Twister Coaster is like dog shit and actually can't even reach 6.5, or at least it probably can't. So this one essentially doesn't count. This probably also doesn't count. Bobsled Coaster's kind of questionable. I think the others can all work though. Maybe not the Steel Mini Coaster, but I think the others can probably all work. There's no way I have the money to build this right now. How do I... top section. I'm not sure I think this is a DLC thing. I'm not sure I've ever built one of these before. Oh, and they can't. You can only go straight up and down with them. All right then. Yeah, too poor. That's gonna have to loop back around there, so I'm gonna have like a little bridge that goes over the track. I don't know what the stats on something like this are gonna be. This ride doesn't seem like it does all that much other than this exact thing. So I don't know how much more they could ask of me to build for this type of coaster. Hello? I'm like not making money. Someone please ride my rides. I need money. You know, I'm actually... yeah, I'm gonna have to build... Detour, I'm gonna have to build, like, food stalls and stuff. People are gonna complain if I don't do this. And it's better to do it sooner rather than later so that they have more time to generate the income. That'll all go there. 20 cents for the bathrooms. It would be great if it could just, like, rain. If it would just rain all of a sudden. In the middle of the desert. It's March. I spent a whole year on these two coasters. I spent a whole in-game year on that stuff. This red one took way longer than it was supposed to build. Also, I have an idea. I kind of want all 10 coasters to be a different color. This idea has just occurred to me, and it's going to result in some really ugly coasters as we get closer to the end, and I run out of colors that don't look like ass to build in. But I think it would be cool if all 10 coasters were different colors. Man, the line for this is so long. Could I have, like... I mean, how many... 1, 2, 3... 1, 2... I should have built the station to be longer, honestly. You know what? Hold up a sec. Everyone get out of line. This will just help in the long run. This will just help a lot with throughput and money generation in the long run. Sorry, Kuro. You're now welcome to rejoin the line at the back. No. Any guest that's on the ride just gets kicked out the exit, and then every guest that's waiting in line just, like, walks away. They just get out of line. I need like $2,000 to finish this thing. We're actually going to be waiting here for a really long time for this. I'm going to go ahead and just see what do I get for one hill? Just like world's lamest roller coaster, literally just one hill. I still probably can't finish this. I still need like another, because it's like 330 or something, and this is like 330 or something, so that's like 660, and that gets me to here. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I still need like another $1,200 to finish this ride. I might have to build like decoy coasters into this park that are like small enough, because if I build this thing, I'm gonna be completely broke, $0, and we're gonna be sitting here waiting for like an hour to generate enough cash to build another coaster after that. I might have to like build cheap moneymaker coasters, like coasters that don't count towards the goal, but that do make me money, you know? Because I've kind of just been building the coasters, but because of that, I spent all my budget on 2 rides, and both those rides make money, but I would make a lot more money. Yeah. That's what I'm implying here, Gris. I might want to delete this and just build, like, a couple shuttle loops in its place. Just as, like, this is my money-making corner. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be really poor for, like, a really long time. Yeah, otherwise we're basically just waiting for it to rain. That's my only hope. Raise or lower land first. Oh my god, I didn't even consider this. I also have digging expenses here. Okay. That better be good enough for that. It's hard to see. It's hard to see back there. Oh, that is so not going to be good enough. I'm going to have to, like, dig this whole thing out to get the turn to fit. Yeah, these are 392. So we're waiting on a little under $800 to come in. And then I can finish the ride and we can find out that it's garbage. Man, terrible cash crunch here. I mean, I can technically, I think, charge up to $6. Like, yeah, I can definitely charge like $6 for that. I might even be able to charge closer to like 7. Let me see how much I can get away with charging. Actually, I have an idea. I'm pretty sure that the guests in line will pay any amount of money now that they're in line. So if I charge $10, nobody else is gonna get in line. Oh, people are getting in line. That dude just got in line for my $10 ride. But all of these people are about to pay $10 each, which is gonna be a significant amount of money for me. It's gonna be like a bit of a windfall. In that case, let me also up the price on this. Now we're talking. I've been very not greedy for the last 85 hours. I've always charged less than I could because I was too lazy to like bother min-maxing it. We are now at that point where I'm min-maxing just for a little bit here. Just for a little bit here, we're gonna have to min-max it. Look how much money comes in when everyone gets on this ride. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's better. Okay, ride is done. Entrance, exit. Let's see. Let's just see what the stats are. It goes up, comes back down, it goes around, it's done. You can't bank those turns. This is like, the lateral Gs on this are like ridiculous. But what could one even do about that, you know? Yeah, this ride sucks. Can I lower the launch speed? Yes, okay. I can only lower it to 6.7 though. Hilarious. You think Chris Sawyer knew? That's still, like, totally unacceptable and not even close to okay, so... I don't know what they want from me here. We can't... Okay, technically we can have brakes. Hang on. And they're just gonna go real slow the entire rest of the way. The exit. Oh, look at that, and then we decelerate them so fast that they just, like, get ejected out the front of the car. But then they're going at a perfectly leisurely speed around the turns. Look at that, it's 7.73. Perfect ride. I'm opening this. Hang on, I've got... Yeah, okay, I'm opening this. Oh, that's the wrong kind of path. I don't think I've ever used this weird... Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Gamers, we have a problem. Hang on, this is fixable, I think. I just have to redo my queue a little bit. Like, that has to end there. Yeah, this, like, hideous mini golf pad, or, like, the red one for, like, if there's carpeting in your amusement park. Gamers, we got a big problem. Okay, wait, I solved it. Perfection. So here's my ride. We're gonna call it Wednesday. As paid for. I'm gonna charge like 10 bucks for this, because it's the highest rated ride in the park. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on these, because people are not gonna want to pay 10 bucks for these rides for very long. Yeah, so like not all of them are, like the Heartline coaster, I'm pretty sure this is from one of the expansions, and this coaster is like absolute like elder shit tier. I think it's literally like the worst coaster type in the game. It's very bad. But like a lot of the DLC coasters are just like way better. Like this thing is DLC and like damn, the steel wild mouse, you can if I built this thing out of steel instead of wood, the excitement would be like 9 point something. It would be way higher, just because I built it out of steel. Like, steel is super OP, the corkscrew coaster is super OP. There's like a lot of the DLC rides are really OP. This is it's ridiculous that this is all you have to do to get 7. I mean, it was very expensive. I spent like thousands of dollars building this thing. But it's also just like literally just this. That's it. And they hit the brakes. It's a good thing they've got their seatbelts on. They go flying through the windshield. .8 excitement on that. Totally deserved as well. I worked hard for that. That's ride number 3. And I am making good money. The money situation isn't bad. The path situation is kind of bad, because I'm gonna end up building, like, it's gonna be hard to build a path loop here, you know? I think maybe the next ride should be here, and then like the path loop comes and connects into that, so that there is a big loop. Otherwise, guests are gonna start to get lost. All right, hear me out. I like your name more, so I'm gonna rename this one to Wednesday. This is now Wednesday. Oh, oops. Wednesday is now normal distribution. A bit of a fucked up normal distribution. The curve is really skinny. Yeah, it's like a low standard deviation. It wasn't impeached, it was just relocated. There's a huge difference there. A lot of people are thinking, I can't afford it. Man, too many poor people in this park. This park doesn't cater to poor people. Bring $10 or don't bother coming at all. I'll make this ride cheaper. The brakes right at the bottom of the hill is actually just so funny to me. Did they let you put a path here? No, they don't. Just curious. And people are not riding this because can't afford. Yeah, everyone is... I've kind of drained everyone's bank accounts at this point. All of the guests in the park, I've taken all of their money. They have nothing left to give me. Where's the goal? There it is. 10 different types of roller coasters. So I can't just build 10 of these. I just wanted to double check that that was the wording. I can't just build this 10 times. How much did this thing cost to build? Do we have that? Do we, like, have that statistic here somewhere? No, I don't have that statistic somewhere. People are riding it, even though it's $10. That's fine. I mean, there is always the strat of closing the park so that everybody leaves. And then once everybody's gone, we reopen the park. 260 more, like, new guests with full wallets come in. And then they give me all their money. Okay, yeah, that was that something SG was doing? Because, yeah, that is a known strat. I could just do that. That's something you do for scenarios where you charge for the park entrance instead of the rides. I have a decent amount of money, though. I think it's already time to try building the next one. Let's see, that was... I think we did a stand-up steel coaster, is what this was, actually. I mean, we can clearly see that there's... are they standing? I think they're standing. Hang on. Magnifying glass. Do we think they're standing? I think they are. That doesn't look like a normal car to me. So... next, maybe suspended looping coaster? I also kind of... You know, maybe we can research the carousel. Because it is kind of quiet without it. But yeah, I think the next ride is going to go here. And we're going to put rides along there. And that's going to, like, loop back in. And that'll also connect to a loop, like, out here for the remaining ones. I think that's what I'm going to do. There are, you know, technically I could... I don't think any ride can have music on it. But if I could build a carousel... then we could put different songs on it. Okay, yeah, that doesn't support music. I don't know if any rides support music besides Carousel. Yeah, like maybe this one. Ah, yes. Well, I have to delete this so that I can move it, but that thing, the Crooked House can play music, so no need to fund any research. We do have a music playing ride here. Where do I stick this thing so that it works? I think I just do this. I honestly think I just do this. I have no idea what those traveling carnival / boardwalk contraption houses with the moving floors and the sandbag tunnels. Yeah, we'll go Egyptian music. Why not? Right, 5K is plenty. You know what? I'm gonna do the close the park strat. Everyone out. The people, they're staying online. You know, I guess I'll expose myself at this point, because I never really, yeah, like, that is not a familiar thing to me. I don't think I've ever seen that before in my life. But I also don't really go to, like, state fairs or anything where you would find this kind of thing, you know? Man, this video has 14 million views on it. The guy just walking through. Might be there too. Oh no, that is not the case. I don't think there's any, like, sketchy carny ride that's too dangerous for the United States. We've got our fair share of sketchy shit set up by teenagers in a field. But, like, personally, I've never really been to anything like that before. But yeah, I would look at this and I would call it a fun house. It's like a portable fun house. Wait, does he just go up onto the roof? Is he supposed to be up here? Okay, yeah, there's stuff up on the roof. He is supposed to be up here. The guy, like, barely fits in the slide at the end. Ride not for adults. That's weird, though. You just kind of, like, walk around. You just kind of walk through it and nothing happens. Maybe we don't have these in America because they're boring. Dude, the guests aren't leaving the park because they keep getting on my rides. Stop getting on my rides. I mean, if they have money, then sure. But I'm trying to get them all to leave, and I feel like they're not actually making for the exit, really. Well, I'm just gonna reopen the park. This is good enough. We have a lot of people leaving. push you off the roof? I don't know about that. That's like, you guys ever hear about, like, there's like a whole world of, like, extreme haunted houses where, like, it's essentially just like some dude just like waterboards you, and then it's like, ooh, it's a haunted house, nobody has ever made it through my haunted house, and it's just like some guy just like beats you up, and that's the haunted house. Have you guys ever heard of this stuff before? I don't know. That's kind of like that. You sign up for the haunted house, and then they just push you off the roof of their building. Yeah, they make you sign a waiver. I think we're probably good to build the next ride. I don't know that I could build a 6 excitement log flume, but even if I could, it wouldn't count as a roller coaster, so it wouldn't get me any closer to the end. I don't think I've ever seen a raft ride before. That's a new one, a raft ride. Anyway, it's time to build another thingy. I think it's time for a giant-ass wooden coaster. Just line up with the rock. It lines up with the rock. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna make this a little bit shorter because I don't want it to line up with the rock. But now it's like lame. Which? Uh-oh. Oh, this is putting me in conflict with the other roller coaster. Never mind then about this whole idea. Actually, no, we can still make this work. He's got to go around this way. We're just going to go around the rock. It's going to look a little weird. This rock is going to be covered in scaffolding from now on. Actually, I'm going in there. Only briefly, though. How much money am I at? Oh, I've spent like my entire amount of money already. Well, here, let's just check this. Let's see where we're at with it. If Wednesday is broken, then that means we just get to skip to Thursday tomorrow. Sounds good to me. You know, my plan was to send the path around the back of the rocks, and now that the coaster's going back there, it might actually be a minor issue. The ride looks kind of good, but it's probably too short. Excuse me, it's probably too short. But we have a lot of speed still to work with, so we're gonna be fine. Yeah, only 5.66, but we have a lot of speed to work with. I just have to generate more cash. It was great, it was great, it was great. Too intense, too intense, too intense. I think that the play here is to actually have this turn this way. I get turns to happen in here, or is this just like, am I doomed? Am I doomed if I build like this? I might be. Yeah, because that's got me slamming right into the side of this ride. Can't really see in there, but that is hitting that, so that's not gonna work. I could technically try to scoot this over a little bit and then like... No, that can't work. Oh, hold up. This weirdly works, though. It's weird, but... it gets the job done. I don't know that that's connected. Also, now I'm not really sure how we're getting to the ending anymore. I think I have to just do like that, and then in, and then that should work. I've done that slightly earlier, just for like aesthetic reasons. We'll see if this helped at all. I don't know if this actually has improved the ride in any way. Okay, we got people online, people waiting to ride it, lots of people online for that. It's only rained that one time. That was still the only rain this entire scenario right at the start, which makes sense because it's the desert, but you know. Some money would be nice. Oh crap, I can't really see in there. Invisible supports. Okay, this is not lined up correctly. Alright, let's try this. I kind of made the ride longer. I don't know if it's any better or not, but I did kind of make the ride longer. I mean, I think I added... What did I add? It used to just turn in there, and now it goes up and around, and then up, and then down there. So I guess that's better, theoretically. Still have some speed to work with. I wonder if I could make this go over that. If that would be not the play. I didn't actually add, like, that many hills to the ride. I made the ride longer. Oh, 6.32, we're done. Okay. I do think this part's kind of ugly, though. Just for, like, my own sanity. Is there something I can do to make this less ass? I'm not sure that there is. Like, that's incredibly lame. I don't know why I bothered, but there. At least it's not so flat now. At least there's a little hill there. Sure. I have an Egyptian statue. There's my ride. Yeah, that was probably last time I streamed this. Charge $8. We're gonna do... No, we're gonna do $10. I'm just gonna charge 10 for everything to start, and then when I see people say that the ride is too expensive, that's when I'll scale it back. Otherwise, like, my starting offer is 10 bucks. That's how much all the rides are gonna cost. Hopefully this ride doesn't crash and kill everyone, but actually there's no time limit or park value or park rating requirements. So even if this ride does crash and kill everybody, it doesn't matter. That's actually fine if that happens. So that's fine. That's ride number 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's zero chance that I actually finish this scenario today. It's gonna be a first. I'm gonna have to come back either tomorrow or next Tuesday to finish this one up. This one is gonna be... It's gonna end up taking like 5 hours or something. So many poor people refusing to get on the rides. I mean, every ride just looks too intense. A lot of people are just complaining about the intensity of the rides, but I don't know any way that we can get intensity, or that we can get excitement without also getting some intensity at the same time. So, I think there's just a whole bunch of complainers in this park. But yeah, I think that now we connect that path back to here. And then we've got our first loop. And then we can also like have that come out here. And then do like a big loop out here or a big loop out here if we want. I don't know. Oh, does a wooden side friction roller coaster have the same problem as a bobsled coaster? I'm just reading the other info section, which I'm not sure I've ever read before in my life. But the track layout needs to be designed carefully, otherwise cars can fly straight off the track on the hills. So I guess maybe that's going to be a pain in the ass. I don't know if a Virginia reel can get to 6 excitement. Virginia reels are kind of like lame, so I don't know if they can. This stupid thing makes it really hard to see. There's a lot of things just making it really hard to see in this park, honestly. It's not just the normal distribution. I've built such a trash ride here. I just kind of want to know, like, if I've now built this. What are the stats on this thing like? Oop, did not mean to build that out there, but sure. If this is 6, we're keeping it. No. If this is 6, I'll consider keeping it. But it won't be 6. It's bad. And I might have abused the sharp turns a bit too much. This might not, yeah, max lateral is 3.14. This might just be like excitement of 2 because of the intensity. Yeah, excitement of 2. And I feel like that kind of heavily implies that it wouldn't be a good ride. Even if I fixed the problem. I kind of want to see which turn's causing the problem, though. I think it's this one. Might be this one. Oh, it's that one. Okay, well that's easily fixable. That's really easily fixable. Just make the protrusion even longer. Just make the protrusion even longer. That helped so little. That actually helped so little. It probably still isn't good enough. Yeah, we lowered the max Gs from 3.1 to 2.9. Okay, I mean, maybe this is fixable. 5.75, hang on. I bet that this can be salvaged into a 6.0 ride. Let me try something. Oh, shit. Really? Welp. See you Wednesday. Really? Wednesday crashed? How did that happen? Someone got stuck in the middle of the ride. Well, I don't even really think that's a mate. Oh my god, look at the excitement. No wonder it killed people. I don't really think that fixing, like increasing, like that wasn't a breakdown issue. That wasn't like a brakes failure. So I'm just gonna reopen it. I'm just gonna reopen it. Ride Wednesday at your own risk. This is like the one scenario where I'm allowed to just kill people, so I'm fine with it. I'm honestly fine with it. Yeah, now everyone will tell their friends, like, that's the turn where the people died. Except it's actually true. People did die on that turn. Yeah, they pay before they go on the ride, so if they die, then it's fine because we already got their money. That's exactly how I'm thinking about it. That made the ride a lot longer and added a number of extra hills to it. Is it 6? If it's not 6, I think we can probably get there. Oh, 6.04, perfect. Well, I was gonna say, just for like, just to sort of like boost us a little bit, just in case, I'm prepared to go full cheese mode on this, and also put a little tunnel here that they have to go through. Put a little, I'm not sure what I'm building, but a little house that they have to go through. Perfection, and then that'll get me some points. That'll get me a little bit of excitement. And then we can also put like a sphinx here. Level land required, never mind. I can like line this and these guys. And then this will help as well. I can't really see the other side of this at all. I wish I could see what I was doing. Is there some way? Okay, that's a little better. That is better, actually. I think that will increase the, I think that plus I'm gonna just, like, logically have to send a path over the top of the ride, probably like here, and then that's also gonna get me a little bit of extra. So this ride is gonna be comfortably over 6. This is gonna be our 5th ride. If people stopped riding those other things for being too expensive yet, people are still going on it. We're getting we're getting a lot of can't affords, but we're not getting not worth it. I can't afford Wednesday. I'm not going on Wednesday. I'm not going on Wednesday. Who's saying it? I'm not hungry. I'm not going on Wednesday. It isn't safe. Wednesday is perfectly safe. These people are cowards. Yeah, there we go. 6.5 now, just from the obelisks and the little house. I kind of actually want to... Here's what I want to do. This is a bit of a waste of time and money, but I kind of want to, like, expand the house. I kind of want the entire queue to be in the house. Or like the entire station, you know? There we go. It's a little weird looking, but I don't know. It's a little weird looking. Does this help? I don't think this helps. I don't think that helps at all. Okay, hold up. Now we're cooking. Yeah, that'll do. Maybe like one right on the corner, you know? One of these little like Parthenon guys. No. That really doesn't work at all. I can't see through this rock, dude. The rocks actually just make this kind of annoying. I didn't anticipate it, but the rocks actually do make this kind of annoying. Oh, that deletes the walls? Okay, well, never mind. It's a sacrifice that has to be made. Fuck, like, I can't see. I can't see what I'm trying to build at all. Okay, yeah, some of these are gonna have to go. This does need to come kinda high up to get over the ride. Oh, actually this works. There we go. Cool, and then we can set this to be like 10 bucks. I'm a bit surprised that people are still willing to pay $10 for this, even though I built it like a full in-game year ago. People are just paying anything. People are just paying anything for these rides. It's kind of good. Look how rich I am. I have 10K. I've unfortunately decided that this ride has to be yellow. Oh god. Maybe... Maybe we do this, and then this. Alright, that's as good as it's gonna get. That's as good as a yellow ride is gonna ever look. So that's 5. Disgusting state of the paths. Excitement rating just dropped to 3? No. Yeah, no. Color has no impact. It's just as exciting even when it looks terrible. People are not going on it because can't afford it. Oh, we're like over. Hang on. There we go. The loop is connected there. Yeah, I mean, I am charging 10 bucks a ride. I've never charged this much for the rides before, but it is working. I am making a lot of money. I've never seen so many guests who can't afford to go on my rides before, so that's good. That's how you know that it's working. I'm not sure where the disgusting path is. I guess right there. I do have a guy assigned to clean that up. He's kind of just not doing his job right now. Hey, Ketrub. It's going okay. The goal for this scenario is to build 10 different types of roller coaster that are all excitement 6 or above. So currently I've built 5. I've got 5 of the 10. But I'm basically only building roller coasters. So I don't know. I kind of like this scenario. At least it's not a guest goal, you know? It's not a guest and park rating goal, so it's exciting to me. I think the next coaster is going to go here, actually, and then it's going to branch off from that. And then I kind of do want to try building in the, I have to build so much path to like get out here to use this land. It's kind of a mess. Maybe I should try building a loop here. Anyway, I've got 12K, so I can just immediately build the next ride. Also, I'm gonna save, because I haven't saved this entire time. Yeah, 85 hours in. Here's the first test of if you can build a coaster. I think an earlier expansion scenario was kind of like this though, right? But yeah, all of the base game scenarios, which was 60-something hours, all the base game ones just like did not, like there was 0 skill required on any of those scenarios. There were 2 that were park value instead of park rating, and those were kind of harder just because the way park value works is weird. But they never really test you for being good at this game. I mean, I don't even really know what being good at this game looks like, aside from like, do you know the formulas and can you abuse them? But like, they couldn't really test you on being good at the game in like a non-abusive sense, where it's like, because that's like, does your park look really good, you know? Like the rating caps out at 999 and doesn't take lots of things into account. So, I don't know. Anyway, we built... Wait, which one of these have I built? Did I build the stand-up steel roller coaster, or did I build the suspended looping coaster? They both kinda... I mean, I guess this one is suspended, so we can tell that I didn't build that one, because they're not suspended. I think that's like the opposite actually under the skin. Because like Rollercoaster Tycoon 1 does not have a sandbox mode. Just like straight up, no sandbox mode was put in the game. So I think it's actually the other way around, weirdly. We're gonna go suspended looping coaster, I guess. I kind of want to build this with like a really high up station. I feel like a suspended coaster should have a high up station, just like thematically. I just deleted like a pharaoh guy. Oh well. I actually send this around the back of here. Can. This coaster is not going to be very dense. This coaster is going to be kind of weird. Oh, that does that. Hang on. I think I can do a half corkscrew into an inline twist though, right? So that we can keep this kind of how I want it. On-ride photo section. The mid-air on-ride photo section looks so weird, the way it's like on a platform with the smiley faces. Well, let's just see what we've got. Or let me do this, then let's see what we've got. Hello? Is that not like going up? Helix up. Helix down. No, neither of these work. Helix down from there. Yes, that does work. That's going in a direction I don't like though, so we're not going to do that. I might be going overboard a little bit with the corkscrews and the twists and stuff. I might have gone a little bit overboard. Perhaps. Considering how much speed they probably have throughout the whole ride, this is definitely like a murder machine. Also, this part's not helping. We're probably just gonna slam into the end with like a lot of force. Oh, I'm actually slightly short here. Hang on. That line up? Okay, that lines up. I just want to test it. Like, I might have gone a little overboard. It is just giant hill into immediate corkscrew into, like, the most violent contraption ever conceived. And then, anyway, ride's over now. How bad is it? What's the damage? Okay, lateral G's 2.98. That's usually still bad. 2.98 is usually, like, still too close to 3 to be bad. But I can maybe work with this. Yeah, like if this is probably fixable. This is probably fixable. That might be when it hits 2.98. But then this right there isn't good either. And then, oh, this is when it does it. Right there. Yep, look at that. That's the killer. So we can just remove this. I can just, like, rework this ending section a little bit, and then we'll be completely fine. I hate how, like, not easy it is to use the helices sometimes. Like, they take up so much space. Just take up so much space. Also, suspended coasters are hard in general because they require more clearance. Anyway, I'm just gonna go like this. We're just gonna have it do that corkscrew at lower speed. That's my solution. And then there we go. That, like, won't necessarily fix it, but maybe. Maybe it will. You can tell from the fact that we had 3.38 excitement even after the massive intensity penalty. Even after that, we were still at 3.38, I think it was, so if we can just not take that penalty, this ride is definitely good enough. Yeah, we've fixed that. There it is. That's the loop, I think. We did sort of fix it. Are those the stats though? Is it still that? It's probably just too many inversions. Let me try just removing an inversion outright. It didn't get worse, I think. I don't think it got worse. We definitely improved in terms of, like, you know, not having too many Gs. Let me just remove that altogether and see. I think it might be too many inversions, like same kind of problem we were running into over here earlier, where I had to remove the corkscrew because there was just no way to make that corkscrew work. As long as I don't have to touch this part in here, because I kind of like it. I kind of like this part. I don't want to have to dismantle it. The loop into the corkscrew, into the loop, into the spiral downwards. Like, max lateral Gs is no longer an issue. 4.96, we're getting closer. Intensity is still too high. If they ever make a Rollercoaster Tycoon 4, I'm just saying, I think they technically did, but if anyone ever wants to improve on this game, I would love some kind of, like, thing that tells you why the intensity is bad, you know? Like, if you could click on it, and then, like, a little like IRL photo of Chris Sawyer comes up, like a little FMV Sawyer, and he says, "It seems like your intensity's too high. Have you tried removing an inversion?" Or, it's the lateral Gs that are the problem. You know, just like a little clippy Chris Sawyer who sits in the corner. You can click on him and he tells you why your shit isn't working. Maybe if I remove this. This is pretty lame to have to remove this, but maybe if I remove this. And just replace it by like a big turn. How do I... It's not quite lining up. I mean, if I just go straight here... Oh, it lines up when I just go straight here. Cool. Like, maybe now I can fit in something like that. Oh, no, because then I have to undo it as well. The inline twist is not like a full twist. It's like a half twist. Never mind. So now I've made that part of the ride just like a little bit lamer. Also, technically this is an unbanked turn, so I'm probably killing the ride with this in a different way. Even though it looks visually like it should be totally fine, the game is going to be super pissed off at me for doing that. I mean, the lat Gs from it were totally fine. Maybe that turn was fine, actually. It's possible that if I just make the ride a little longer in this section, we can burn off enough speed that then this section is a bit rough, a bit less rough. Oh, there we go. 6.68, we're done. 6.68. I had to remove a bunch of inversions. I actually had to remove everything that wasn't these three. That's a little bit lame, but, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Ride works. People are still riding this stuff over here. Even at $10. What if I attempted like a big loop that went around here and connected back up to that? Maybe I should do that. Connect in there. Yes. Yo, hey Muck. And then, yeah, that you've missed a scenario that's gonna take me 2 days. I have to build 10 roller coasters. That's a lot of roller coasters. Like, I've only built, I think this is either 5 or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I've just built 6. So unless I build 4 more roller coasters in half an hour, there's gonna be a roller coaster tie Wednesday. Ugh, I hate what the game is making me do here. There. This will all eventually loop back around, so it's okay that it looks bad right now. That's what I'm gonna tell myself. It's okay that it's bad for now, because we're gonna make it less bad by building out here and putting another coaster there. And then building it out here and putting another coaster there. And building it here and putting a coaster here and here to get to the 10. That's how we're gonna do it. Also, this is gonna be the green coaster. I kind of hate that this one is brown. I was originally okay with this just being the brown coaster, but it's too boring. I think it should be something a little uglier. Something a little bit more visually offensive to fit with the others. Yeah, chat is broken for now. Hopefully it can be fixed eventually, but it's out of my hands. There's like a server outage with the program I was using for that. and the person who maintains it seems to be in no rush to ever fix it, so I don't know. Like, they were like, the chat is broken. You know, everyone should just use the 2.0 version of my program in the meanwhile, and I'll see if I can get the legacy API up and running again, but it might take a while. And it's like, well, version 2.0 of your program is a big fucked up desktop app that I don't want anything to do with. Can you please just support the thing that displays the chat and doesn't do anything annoying? Like, I don't know. Minor complaint here, but it's one of those sorts of situations. So, I don't know. I might just find a different thing to display chat on stream. Or hopefully they just fix it. Prefer no chat to yeah, like, I mean, I don't know that it would actually be an issue. I really haven't even looked into it, but they were just like, you know, in the meantime, I've got access fixed for the, you know, the 2.0 desktop app, and it's like some horrible bloated looking nightmare that controls like 80 different aspects of your stream. And I just want a thing that displays the chat, so I don't want to have to use that. And there are lots of different options for getting chat on stream. I just like the one that I have because it was very customizable. And it was very, very simple. Literally, it was just like, plug this thing in as a browser source. Your chat is now on the stream with a transparent background. Nah, like, I don't use Streamlabs. Fuck that, no. Stuff like that it's too much bloat. I don't want to mess with that. I think I'm gonna have to do the close the park strat here, just to get everyone out of my park. I think I'll build I have 14K, so I think I'll build the next ride while everyone leaves my park. And then once the next ride is done being built, I can reopen the park and everyone will be out, and then we'll get a new 400 guests who can all spend their money. I think that's my plan. Also, I am gonna need a handyman assigned to this area, like, pretty badly. But yeah, I'm thinking the next ride station will be like here. So what do we have to do next? I guess a lot of these ride types are just kind of ass. I think that the wooden twister coasters is probably our best bet for the next one. And then probably like an inverted coaster, and then suspended, and then I have no idea what coaster number 10 is gonna be. Coaster number 10, I guess, will be a mine train. I guess we'll do this, and this, and that'll be the remaining ones. Those can all get above 6. I'm actually gonna do the mine train now. Man, the stats on hear me out. Hear me out. This is a bit terrible of me. But the stats on Manic Miner are 5.7. If I just drop this thing here and then just like put parts of it underground, just like rebuild a big cave around parts of it, it'll go above 6. We can just have the game play the game for me. What's it even look like? It looks like this. Like, I can definitely just put the entire queue underground, and then we're essentially fine. Also, damn, once again, Chris Sawyer built a ride that's way better than mine. I just want to test this theory. I'm not saying I'm gonna do this. I just want to test it. If I were to do this, would it work? That would be kind of interesting. I think because of like the particulars of the terrain, it wouldn't work that well. But yeah, to like go into past parks of mine and find rides that I like and then just pirate them. Just copy the rides into this park. So like, what do we got? 6.1, I'm just saying. We have to build 10 coasters. If I just like kept this one, if I just kept this one, you know, Chris Sawyer can do some of my job for me. This does kind of ruin my whole plan about the big path loop though, because this is like not, this like isn't set up right at all. I don't think I can fit a path under there, can I? No. I'm not sure how Chris Sawyer expects me to get a path into this thing, actually. Roller coaster in the way. Like, how... What does he expect me to do? I guess send the entrance and exit out that way, or put the entrance and exit right there. Something like that. Actually, can I do... No, I can't do that. This ride is kind of not... I have to put the entrance and exit, like, here, and then have them go over that. But the roller coaster's in the way, so I can't even have it do that. I'm deleting this ride. You know what? I'm making the call that this is not worth it. This ride actually kind of sucks a little bit. Cheaters never win, and winners never cheat. I'll just build my own mine train. That's fine. Mine will be better. It'll actually be oriented in a way that makes sense. think this should be a helix down. Rollercoaster in way. This gonna work? Rollercoaster in way. I might have squeezed myself a bit too tightly here. Yeah. This is not gonna work. Unless... No. Unless, hang on. No. Nah, Uru. I don't even think Uru came out until like years later. I think Uru was heavily delayed. Yeah, we don't really have clearance under that because this is a suspended coaster, so the clearance requirements are like much more annoying. Wait, if this is a helix down, though... Oh, but that's like 6. This is 6 and this is 9, so like this actually doesn't save me even remotely, does it? Well, it might. It might. If I can get out this way and do like a... Yes. Okay, hang on. I found the solution. I found the solution. That's how it's done. How the hell are we gonna get a path in there for the start and finish building? I don't know. But I'll worry about that later. Yeah, that's for 5 minutes in the future, Tapioca, to worry about. Are there even... Is there even a spot that I can put it? I feel like I've completely covered the entire queue with just like other stuff. Ah, there we go. And then the exit building's a bit shorter, so there we go. All right, let's test this thing. That's pretty good. I might save it and then like scoot it over a little bit so that it's not overlapping with the green one so much, because that kind of looks bad to me, having the wood and the metal overlapping. But I like it. It's funny how the train is so long that by the time it gets let go of, by the time the chain lift lets go of the back of the train, the front train is already like most of the way down the hill. Kind of funny looking. It is a lot of speed left at the end. Maybe I shouldn't have, maybe I should have it turn this way and then come out here and then come back in at the end or something like that. What are the stats? If the stats are 6, we keep it. Those are the rules. 5.42. Nope. It needs to be much longer. I think that ultimately this ending has to stay how it is. But I'm gonna try to have this turn out this way. This might actually be like kind of a problem. It's possible, it's very possible that there's no way for me to make this over 6. Well, then I might have to break out some cheese to get this thing over 6. I think I can definitely get it. I just might have to break out some cheese. Well, I can make this look a bit less ugly in a moment. Actually, I'm going to do it right now. No S-bends. I feel like the S-bend is just like the tool that you use when you've given up hope. The S-bend is a piece of like the piece of defeat, you know? When you have to place an S-bend, you know that you've lost. I mean, that's like marginally longer. That's really not that much better. I've really never even seen any Uru gameplay. I should like look into it sometime because I do kind of wonder like why the hell did they make Myst an MMO? Like what possessed them to do that? I don't think anyone else has ever made an MMO puzzle game like that. And don't at me about puzzle pirates. That doesn't count. I mean, it does count, I guess. But for the most part, people don't do that. If this is close, then I'm gonna be able to just like do something to get the stats over 6. It just has to be kind of close. Yeah, like 5.73 is actually close enough. Because now I should be able to get there from just covering part of the track, I think. Like I can just... I'm just gonna cover this part of the track in like a weird... This is gonna look so terrible, but it's what we're doing. This is gonna actually like look like shit. It's a giant brick wall that I build in front of my ride so that you don't get to see the ride until you've already committed to going on it. No photography of the ride, please. If you want to see the ride, you're gonna have to go on it yourself and find out. And then, like, this is probably gonna... If this doesn't get us there, then it'll come very close, and then I just need to, like, place some crap. Yeah, the lore runs deep, because they wrote, like, books and stuff. Peak Mist was a weird time. They were writing books for it. People still riding this? Oh, everyone's gone now. 25 guests in park. Probably time to reopen the park. Go ahead and do that. Hopefully this is just 6. Yeah, 6.28, awesome. Now we just have to worry about the path. The path situation's not great. You know what, I think what I'm doing is... I'm just gonna go over the wall. I think the solution is to just go over the wall. And it looks real stupid, but this is how it has to be. At least for that. I don't know how I'm gonna get this out. I was kind of wondering if I could, like... Huh. Yeah, problem is that footpath's in the way if we go that... Oh, I can just go under. What am I doing? This will be kind of funny looking. The queue line, it goes over and also under. So it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird, but I don't know. I like it. Well, actually, we do have to connect this. We do have to connect this to over here. So it's actually okay for the path to stay raised. I can't tell why that's not connecting. I think because of that. Yeah, that's why. There you go. That is that connected. Charge $10 for that ride. And that's roller coaster number 7. So only 3 more. I gotta color this some obnoxious color. What are we doing? Kind of done all the colors now. Aside from, like, this horrible, like, ice light blue. Oh, God. Yeah, that's the color that a mine train should be. That's the color that a mine train should be. No one is riding this, though. Is it officially too expensive? Too intense, can't afford. Okay. Well, next step. So we're at 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're at 7 right now. So I think 8 will be like this, and then maybe back here a little bit. 9 will be like in here, and then 10 will be like here. That's how we're gonna do it. But yeah, I'm like about out of time here, and we are not done with the scenario. Up till now, every scenario that I've done has been one sitting, including the 4-hour ones, which all took longer than 4 hours because of lag. But that was back when I had 4 hours to stream on Tuesdays, and now I don't. So I think this is going to become more of a common occurrence as we get to these longer scenarios and the expansions. But we're going to have to stop here and, like, I think we're just going to continue this tomorrow. I don't want to wait a whole week to finish this. So I think we're just going to finish this scenario up tomorrow. And then, yeah, the scenario itself has no time limit. So we've got unlimited time to accomplish this. But I think this will probably take like an hour to finish up tomorrow, and then after that we'll get back to D&D Heroes, something like that. I think that's my plan. But yeah, we're gonna have to break this one into 2 parts. Weird. So this is day 2 of, what's this thing called? Razor Rocks. This is day 2 of Razor Rocks. Before I load, I just want to say, so yesterday after I saved, Wednesday immediately killed somebody again. And it was after I saved. It was like 10 to 15 seconds after I saved. So as soon as I load, I'm going to turn off the ride. And we're going to have to make some repairs to Wednesday. We're going to have to do some stuff because Wednesday is getting stuck at the end in some cases. So that's my plan. That's cheating? That's not cheating. That's not cheating. We can see that the ride is stuck. And like here, I'll almost let it play out. We can see that the ride is stuck. And the problem with the ride being stuck is that that car has gone up the hill and stopped right at the top of the hill. So the next car that comes is going to hit that and probably go back down the hill, yeah. And then at this time, the next car that comes is going to hit that one with way too much speed and then kill that person. So we're going to double close the ride to fix this. It's an easy fix. I'm pretty sure all I have to do is replace, like, these straight pieces here with chain lift. And this too. Pretty sure I just have to do that and the ride is good again. So there, Wednesday will hopefully not kill again. If it kills again, then I don't know how to fix it, and it's just gonna continue killing. Every once in a while, we just have to feed some souls to Wednesday as payment for its services. It's centaur time? Hang on, I got you. Where is it? Layout corns. Centaur. Alright, perfect. Yeah, really, this ride was cursed from the beginning. As soon as I shifted the name Wednesday from normal distribution over to here, that probably did place a curse on the ride, because it's not supposed to... Like, we're not supposed to play Rollercoaster Tycoon on Wednesdays. Oh yeah, I'd closed the park, so right now the park is still in the process of filling up with guests again as well. I have to close this park every once in a while because I'm charging too much for the rides, so everyone's running out of money but then not leaving. It's kind of an issue. That's the last one we built. This thing is so ugly. Have I ever seen a roller coaster in real life? Yes, actually. So they are real, but you do kind of have to take my word for it. I don't have proof. I didn't, like, take a picture or anything. The park honestly looks kind of cool. I kind of like the park. I like my stupid brick wall solution to getting this thing over 6. I'm I'm not sure that I'm gonna be able to. I guess I can get the path out like that. This will work. This will work. But anyway, we have currently built 7 out of the 10 roller coasters that I have to build. We need 10 roller coasters of different types that all have at least 6 excitement. So for some roller coaster types like this one, that's really easy. This ride still took me like at least half an hour to build because there was a lot of iteration, but it's very short. And then for other coaster types like this pink thing, I had to build a fairly large ride. The Virginia Reel, the Virginia Reel is not that big. The mine train coaster is pretty big though. The mine train coaster probably, honestly, the most annoying to get above 6, but we have 3 more to do. Before we start though, there's something that I wanted to do. I forget where it is. I think it was like right here-ish. Where am I? Now I'm lost. Oh yeah, I remember now. This doesn't really have any bearing on anything. I just remember thinking at the end of yesterday's stream that it would be nice to have a little water feature here. It just seemed like a good spot, you know? It kind of looks terrible. It seemed like a good idea, but actually this kind of looks like ass, doesn't it? Yeah, it's because it has no fence. It's just like square. It's just completely square. I might come back to that at a later time. But basically I'm thinking Coaster 8 goes here, Coaster 9 goes here, and Coaster 10 goes here. And then we do a big loop around there. And then our park is like a loop here and a loop there. And so it's like 2 giant loops. So it kind of, guests don't really get lost in it. Yeah, the only non-roller coaster ride in the park is this house. And I only placed this house because it plays music. And no one wants to go on it because I set the price too high. Hang on. Price can go down to 10 cents for the house. I might have to place another house for like back of the park music because it's not really reaching back this far. I don't think I built one of these, the wooden twister coaster. You know, I'm not going to yet though. We're gonna do, what's better? Probably inverted because it's more expensive. More expensive always means better. I mean, it could be one of those things where, like, I mean, first of all, I don't know what the situation is like in like Britain and things, but here in the US, I have very rarely seen a park actually charging like per ride like that, you know? Oh no. Oh, where are all the car? How did this happen? Fucking Wednesday, it was fine for years. All the cars were stuck down here. Someone failed to make it up this hill. Hang on. We have to fix Wednesday once and for all. I think that if I put a chain lift here, that has to do it. That has to fix it, right? It didn't kill anyone though. Everyone safely came to a stop. So that might result in death. It's unclear whether or not that's going to result in death. Oh, I forgot to add it. Hang on. There you go. Oh, we can helix. We can helix with this. Is that really crashing into that? That really crashing into that. What do we have to work with? I'll do this. Well, wait a minute. Do we have... Okay, we have lots of stuff. We have a lot of options here. They gonna let me do that? They are gonna let me do that. Okay. This is no more insane than a regular IRL coaster, I think. As far as I know. It's weird that you can switch from a helix up to a helix down, like straight on. You can just do it. Well, I kind of want to see if we have the speed for this. I'm just gonna end the ride now as like a test. Yeah, we're going up to 20 when the original ride only went up to 28. I think that's actually probably not gonna work. These are lower the land first, really. Oh, it's because of that. It's because of this little dip. I have to do a tiny amount of engineering for this. Okay, and then the underground view. What's this end at? This ends at 6. This is like obviously not really like the unbanked turns at the end are not acceptable, but I'm just testing this to see if we've got speed for it and stuff. I've definitely gotten better at building stuff. It took 86 hours, but I've definitely gotten better at building stuff. I mean, I was really terrible for like the first 10 hours of this playthrough. I was actually bad at Rollercoaster Tycoon, and I'm still bad in the grand scheme of things, but I'm a little less bad. I can actually build stuff. Resting state of the paths, whatever. It's gonna be back here, because I don't think I placed anyone back here. But there's a lot of vomit on the carpet back there. Oh my god, it barely makes that. It barely makes it, but it does make it. And then it goes in there. So those turns at the end definitely ruin everything. Yeah, 3.5 Gs. 3.5-ish Gs. So the stats are not going to be legitimate. The stats are not going to be legitimate, but we now know that we have the speed and we can continue building. There's a lot of cool ones out there. I was when I was driving home from Oklahoma, I drove past. It was like right outside, I want to say Columbus, Ohio. This is one of the most exciting things I drove past in all like 30 hours of my drive. I drove past like an abandoned water park, an abandoned indoor water park is what it was. Um, and I think I've seen a YouTube video where someone goes in there and it's like interesting in there. But yeah, it was like right outside. I think it was Columbus, Ohio. I don't really like that. Can we actually get this through there? No, that would be so sick if that was possible. It's kind of not really possible. Yeah, so like this is a look at my process. I to find out what the weather's gonna be, I just Google city I'm currently in plus weather, and then whatever appears at the top of the screen, I just kind of go with that. There's like a Google weather widget. I don't like check an app or anything. Fuck that. I just Google weather every day, like an old person. But so when I was down there, I was in the habit of looking up OKC weather. Um, and so I did accidentally type it in like a couple days ago, just out of habit. And it was like 110 or something like that. It was like it was like over 100 degrees. And I was just, man, must suck to be assigned down there in the summer. Fortunately, I was assigned to be there in February, so no problem. Am I just gonna end this in a boring way? I think I am. The ride is long enough. Kind of hard to see. It's kind of hard to see what I'm trying to do here. Okay, that overshoots it. That causes an overshoot. Maybe if I just do like bam, bam. Is that good? It's not banked, but who needs them? Who needs a bank? And then we S turn. Wait, do I need an S turn or is that gonna? Okay, that does line up. That's good. That's what we'll do. This ride is probably too intense and will need some correcting, but there. Yo, hey Rio. Yeah, I don't know. Did anyone else get this today? I didn't even know this was a thing that Twitch was planning, but I got like a pop-up when I opened Twitch this afternoon that said Tier 2 and up subscribers can now use GIFs in chat, which is just awful. I mean, animated emotes were already a thing, and those literally are GIFs, but like... I don't know if there's a way to turn it off or not, so it's possible, and you guys shouldn't do this, but if someone were to Tier 2 sub, it's possible they could start posting GIFs unasked for in chat. I wouldn't be able to stop them. I kind of hate that, though. Man, max positive vertical G is 4.99. That might be too much. It's on inversions, and there's only 4 inversions, so like, but that might be too much. Yeah, that is probably too much. Where is the max happening? I bet it's happening. Yeah, it goes over 4. Oh my god, what is that? What is that? It's that loop. Why is it that loop? That's causing the spike in G's. But this is kind of a spike over here too. Like this, I think I'm gonna actually just remove this last inversion because it looks like it's way too fast. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm not gonna remove it, but I'm gonna put it up here. Which kind of looks terrible, but, you know, what are you gonna do? I don't know if this can actually fit under that. It's possible that this won't even fit. Okay, no, it fits. Okay, let's try this little rework. This still, there's a good chance this won't be enough. It'd be cool to fill this whole park. This park is massive. It'd be cool to like fill the entire thing with like 20 giant coasters. Yeah, so like the way stats work. Well, I think earlier I said the stats were going to be fake. What I just meant by that was that I put an ending that was like obviously terrible and was going to ruin my stats. So those stats were not a good representation of what I was building. That's all I meant by that. But in general, if your ride is like bad, if the G's are too high, it seems like number of inversions might have something to do with it. Basically, if the intensity gets too high, then there's a massive excitement penalty that you run into. All right, sick. There we go. 7.45. That fixed it. Just had to lower the speed that we go through the last inversion at a little bit. Perfect. Perfection. I'll make this look less ass in a second. I just want to get the ride open. Get people coming back here. Actually, I have a funny idea. I'm rich. I have a good idea. Instead of making it better, what if we made it worse? Also, this is absolutely gonna need a no entry sign. I think this is the one we want to delete. Oop. Okay, yeah. This is the correct one, and then we delete this one. But what I want to do... I'm just gonna, like, bury them. Sure I don't work in tech. I'm pretty sure. But what if we just, like, turn this into a weird, ominous hallway? I'm gonna fix that. It's not gonna stay a giant sand wall. This is just for starters. I guess I should probably just do this whole thing. Make it tile walls and add some water so there's a liminal pool. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Hang on. Well, before I do that, I think what we're going to do is we're going to fill this with water. Sort of interior area. And then, what's like the correct... Maybe this. Oh yeah, it's missing water at the end. Good catch. I can do this as well, so that, like, you don't even see the path anymore. It just looks perfect. didn't really do this right, because I have to get in here as well. And I can't get in there anymore. So I'm just going to get the parts in there that I can see. And then the rest is just going to have to be kind of out of sight, out of mind. Oh yeah, maybe I could do that to fix it. Good point. But there. I don't know why I decided to do this, but I've decided to do this. So that's strange. Let me go ahead and get this as well. There we go. That probably cost me like $2,000 or something. I don't know if it was worth it. I don't know who owns, like, legally, who owns, like, the Backrooms movie. Is it just, like, A24 or something? I mean, it is A24, but... yeah, the idea is kind of in a no ownership zone, where, like, you really couldn't, even if you were the one who made the original post, you couldn't prove it because it was anonymous. So it's just like, I don't know, it's kind of just no ownership zone idea, but so they're just like, fuck it, we can make a movie about that. Who can stop us? But like, if they wanted to make something based on the movie itself, I don't know who would own that. But it would totally work as, you know, how, like, theme parks do, like, Halloween events and stuff. You basically just have to, like, build... you could just, like, fucking build a maze, and then your maze is just, like, 1980s mall themed, and then it's just, well, Backrooms, the official Backrooms attraction, only at Six Flags Great Adventure. I don't think I can get anything. I mean, technically I could raise all of this and then have the path be underground, and then it would be as if all of this was inside of a building. But I prefer it to be open to the environment so you can see inside. I like being able to see the pool. Yeah, furniture trends change. When I moved up here a couple months ago, I was just like bored one day. And so I decided to go to Goodwill because you know, someone I know is like swears by getting furniture from Goodwill and stores like that. And I was just like, fuck it, you know, this guy says that they've got good furniture, I'll go check it out. And it was like the most grandmotherly furniture I've ever seen in my life. Furniture absolutely changes. There was a lot of like, I would say 90s furniture there as well, where it's like, this chair looks like it came out of like a lobby, you know? This chair looks like it came out of like when you walk into a school and there's like a little lobby area, and that chair's been there since the mid-90s, and they've just overhauled all their furniture, so they've dumped the old furniture in a Goodwill. Furniture like that was there. The only way I can think to describe it. Yeah, exactly. One of those. That's literally like the same thing I had in mind. That's there's like a dude who made a series of those types of images, and then someone made a game out of it where you just walk around like an endless swimming pool hell maze. There's a Steam game about walking around tiled swimming pool world. That's ride number 8. Guess ride number 9 is just going... Well, can we fit... Okay, yeah, we're just gonna have to have the path come out here. And then... what's next? We just did an inverted coaster, so I guess a suspended coaster is next. Or, you know what? No, I think do we do wooden one? I think we do. I don't know what we do. I think we do a wooden one. I think it's time for the wooden twister. Technically, Wood Twister 1 already has the stats. Oh, it's a really small, too. Man, they made... My wooden twister is going to be like 10 times larger than this, but apparently all you have to do is this to get to 6. And you just plop it down. I'm not going to do it. That is lame. I've never heard of this one. Yeah, it's also like liminal swimming pool world. There's like more to it though. I'm like clicking through the Steam screenshots. This isn't even old. This is old. This is like 3 years old. I never heard of it. Guests have been complaining about that for a long time. I'm not gonna fix it. They can stay mad. Hang on, do we have... Yes, on-ride photo section. It's the perfect spot. Oh, we got a rock in the way or something. Yeah, the rock itself is in the way. Hang on. Hang on. I don't know if there's anything I can do about that, actually. That's kind of a big problem. I think I have to scrap my idea. Huh. What do I want to do? Yeah, I... Be careful. You must be this short to ride this ride. We actually, yeah, no. I don't think you can build diagonally through a rock like that. I have no idea if we've got the speed to pull this off. It'll be really cool if I do. Go ahead and check it. See, the station's over there. The station has like nothing to do with the ride. The ride starts here, comes over here, does all kinds of crazy shit, and then is like, all right, that's over now, come back. And it's just gonna come back. You know, the game's not as bad as you'd think on controller. It's kind of like, so I recently played Myst 4 on Xbox, right? It was like a game or two ago. We played Myst 4 Revelation, which is a point and click, and that game has all kinds of like weird acceleration on the cursor, and it's really unpleasant to play. It actually is like almost completely unplayable, I feel like. This game is just like really straightforward, really simple. There's no weird acceleration. You just move the left stick and the cursor moves. And the cursor moves a little bit slowly, but like this isn't a fast-paced game. It's not that big of a deal if the cursor moves slowly, I feel like. So I'm actually pretty okay with it. And as for like the menus, aside from this menu here, this like radial menu for selecting into the sub-menus, they actually changed nothing. Like all of these menus, I think are pretty much identical to how they are on PC. But like because the cursor is not that hard to move, and it doesn't like move too fast or anything like that, I've actually had no problem this whole time interacting with the menus and stuff. And I think that it's actually not bad. Somehow it's beating the odds and being not terrible. You would expect it to be terrible. Can I really not go straight over that? Oh, it's because it's a... I see why. Well, hopefully they let me do this. Are we too close? We're not too close. We're perfect. All right, there's my ride. I have no idea if this works. Oh, right. The chomper button on the... Hang on. On the undo button. What, like this? The bulldozer? The decapitator. It's a bulldozer. A handheld scissor chainsaw? What? What? I guess so. I guess I see what you mean then. Where'd the ride go? Here it is. Man, as long as we don't get too many G's at the start, this is like perfect. That was so clean. As long as this beginning bit works. 2.48, I think we're going to be good here. Always takes forever to calculate the stats. $7.2, perfect. Literally first try. It's a little weird how square it is, but I don't know. I like it. All the rides in this park are built so far apart. I feel bad for the people who have to, like, actually walk around in this park. But nah, it'll be fine. Nobody's ever been decapitated by a roller coaster tycoon ride. Look at this. If you think that's bad, look at the clearance on this. This is like, you must be this short to ride this ride, but this short is like -10 inches. I don't know why they even let you build this. Like, that, you can clearly see that that's not gonna work. But it does work. Oh good, the ride broke down. Thought it was a handle. Hang on, let me see this. So that's like that's a handle. And that, oh, okay, I see it now. I see what you mean. And then that's like that is like a chomper on the front. It's not like a scoop like a bulldozer. It's like a chomper. I see what you mean. That's still crazy, but I do see what you mean now. The Aghanim sprite discrepancy. Yeah, no, you're right about that. It is really hard to not see the like tiara thing as being his mouth, right? Have you ever seen, hang on, I have to find it now. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to find this. Yeah. There's like a mat. Can I find one that doesn't have a giant ugly watermark on it? I don't think I can. Here we go. Giant link. I find this one kind of interesting. Nobody could ever legitimately see that, but, you know, just interesting. Interesting thought experiment. One guy escaped. A bunch of people are about to escape out into the desert because I have to free them. bunch of complaining guests. What path in the way? I don't know that I can... Ah, here we go. That's an angle that works. There we go. I'll just pick them up as I come across them. Some of them are already depressed from like 5 minutes of wandering in the desert. I don't think anyone's escaped too far though. I think everyone's pretty much back on the path now, actually. There might be like one guy in here somewhere. But I think we're good. The guests do love complaining. Like, I really don't think the state of the paths is that bad. I've seen much worse paths in my own parks. Like there, I'll have him cleaning that. The problem is I did hire some people to clean this path in here, and they just got lost or something. I'm pretty sure this is assigned. Yeah, I've assigned this area already. Like there should be someone here fixing this. Who is it? And did he somehow like... Where is that? He like fall out of bounds or something? Hang on. I'm gonna get that guy back up onto the path. Oh, is there a red shirt wandering the wilderness? Oh yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute, how did this guy get out here? Handyman 3. I need to put something to, like, disguise. There we go. That's good. That's good. There we go. Just a little bit of set dressing. Just a little bit. The whole, like, you know, Roman heads and pillars and stuff is sort of more... It's sort of more like vaporwave than liminal, though, which is a very related thing. But they're not the same thing. Anyway, that's 9 coasters, so I think I just have to build one of these now and get this thing above 6. Man, look at the... Wait a minute. Did I build this? Did I build this? Why is this design so awful? I must have been the one to build this. Look how much... First of all, wait. I don't think I was the one to build this, because why would I have built it this way? But this design is awful, like, objectively. Why would there be a built-in design that has a terrible excitement because the intensity is too high? Obvious bait. That one is obvious bait, but that's also pretty good. Like, I actually can't see it that way. But it's kind of funny anyway. Can you not bank these? I guess you don't need to bank them. It's sort of gonna do that on its own. Only supports the one size of helix. This ride type sucks. I wonder how, like, if I just do this, if we just do a really long ride that's just this over and over again, what would the stats on that be like? Maybe the lamest roller coaster ever, but I just kind of want to see what happens. Wait, how did that get to 16? Whoops. And then I'm just gonna end it. I'm just gonna go end it. All right, perfect. I don't really know how excitement's calculated, so it might be that they consider this really exciting because it's got lots of up and downs. They might be into this kind of thing. Also, I kind of wonder how much speed we're, like, losing through this. Like, how many of these little hills can we even do before the ride's just not fast enough for it anymore? Okay, that turn at the end probably kills me, but yeah, 3 Gs. 3 Gs, what would the excitement have been if it weren't for that turn, though? Like, let's see. That's workable. I mean, 11.88, and it's still 3.06. If I just... do this... Or, like, actually, can I bank that? If I can bank that... Wait, no, banking doesn't exist here, so I do just have to slow it down. Or I can do a wider turn and then have a drop into the station. That's also an option. But I think my, like, stupid noodle coaster is gonna work. Easily the lamest coaster in the park. Well, actually, I don't know. Normal distribution exists. But other than that one... Yeah, safest park in the country because we saved those people from dying on Wednesday. Flat G's, not bad at all. Yeah, it never gets bad. And maybe, I mean, For what it's worth, normal distribution has never killed anyone. So I feel like it's a situation where, like... Or it's not a situation where it's like a boat, where, like, apparently you're not supposed to rename a boat. That's like a classic sailor superstition. It's bad luck to rename a boat. I don't think the same applies to roller coasters. I think you can probably rename them just fine. It's 5.7. Maybe the tunnel can get me there. It's kind of cheese, but maybe the tunnel can get me there. If not, I might have to add another hill or two. Yeah, some scenery as well. I could also... 5.98? Yeah, okay, we're gonna be able to get there with scenery. Bam. What roller coaster in the way? Man, this is so almost the perfect spot for a Coliseum. And then it's just not. So disappointing. I gotta stick it over here now. Coliseum. I'm pretty sure that larger items are supposed to be, like, worth more. Yeah, Lenko, I've played 86 hours of this at this point. Entirely on Xbox. If you think about it, this is really the only console they ever could have ported it to, because, like, famously the game was made entirely in x86 assembly. And, well, only one console runs x86 assembly in the early 2000s, and it's this one. So really, who knows how much effort they even had to put in to get this port running at the end of the day. Whereas, like, porting this to anything else would have required a complete rewrite. And yeah, that's how it works. Right stick moves the camera, left stick moves the cursor. It's not that bad. Really, the issue that this port has is that it lags. There's a ton of slowdown. If you're looking in, like, a kind of complex area, there can be a ton of slowdown. And when most of the scenarios in the game are based on having some kind of goal after, like, 3 in-game years, the slowdown can legitimately add, like, an extra hour to your scenarios, which is brutal. So that should be over. It's a 6.0. Holy shit. 6 exactly. We can get this a little bit above 6. We can do a little bit more. Like, we can stick the entrance on the other side of the platform so that I can then have a path going over the platform, which gets you some stuff. That up? I don't think it is up. No, it's not up. Worms 3D on GameCube right now. How are you liking that? I have opinions about it. Worms 3D. Actually, Worms 3D was like the good one. Worms Towers or Worms Forts or whatever that thing was called. That was garbage. But actually, I liked Worms 3D. There we go. It's a little weird to just see this barren path here. But open that, and it should be GG. And if it's not GG, then we have a problem. Hey, there we go. GG, Rollercoaster Tycoon. Well, GG this scenario of Rollercoaster Tycoon. By the way, I was, last night I was doing some research into this. Here, I'll explain more in a second. I was doing some research into something relating to this game. This ride is clearly lame compared to all the other sick coasters in the park, but I accept this. This was the lazy 10th coaster area. If I were going to keep playing in this park, I would like spruce this up a little bit more, and I maybe would have built something slightly less lame in this area, but it is what it is. Pretty cool park, in all honesty. I've never built this many roller coasters in one park before, so it's a lot. It's dense with stuff. That. Let's go ahead and, well, not that it matters, but we can up that number to 30. And then there you go, Razor Rocks complete. I was looking into, I'm going to stop the timer here. Last night I started looking into modding my save file to re-get credit for these scenarios that I beat. Because I found out that Rollercoaster Tycoon does for the, so like every scenario that you save is like a separate save file, right? And then there's like a main system save file that it uses for like this sort of thing. Like what scenarios you have unlocked, which ones you've beaten, that kind of stuff. There's a file for that called css0.dat. And it turns out that the reason why we lost all of our progress, like it literally like undid all of these, even though I backed the file up. It turns out that they use like a Resetti style trick to try to catch people backing their save up, and then they like delete it if they catch you. They don't delete it, but they like invalidate it somehow. So, fucking why? First of all, like literally why would they implement that? But it turns out they did. If you look up css0.dat, you'll see advice of people on Reddit and on like old fan sites and stuff. And they're all like, yeah, if you want to back up your css0.dat, set your PC's timer to December 1998, and then change the file, and then load the game, and then you'll be able to swap the files around. And it's like, fucking what? That is so dumb. But also, a long time ago, someone already did the work on reverse engineering the save file format. And so I started working on my own editor for it last night. So within the next couple of days, hopefully, I'll have a working editor where I can just go in and just retype in like all of my park values and stuff for all of these scenarios. And then I'll have beaten them. Then I'll be able to move that over to my Xbox, and it'll be like, it'll, you know again that I beat all of these scenarios. So that'll be cool. That'll be cool. I'll have my satisfying full menu again instead of a menu with these shitty gaps in it.